we went to two different parties. And, yeah,
When did you drive it?
the third party that wasn't there.
Tuesday, because they said, well, but I did it out.
So another one.
Yeah, so someone that came.
No hot chip.
That's a great idea.
Well, if you can fly me from New Zealand.
That's probably going to be it now. I thought I checked.
No, I leave it to it's this and so,
Give you the first refusal.
I appreciate it. I would say yes. I know you would. That's why.
Yeah. So free.
And before we start on the agenda, I'm going to give our head technician, Brian, a moment to give you some important information.
Thank you very much. I will use the microphone. Welcome to Boise State. We're very, very happy to be hosting you again. And as she said, my name is Brian Johnson. I'm the senior coordinator for the university for all of things AV and technical. You may or may not know that this meeting is being simulcast, as you see all the cameras around the room. And what we're going to specifically address or ask is, as you were around the table, if you would please not push your microphone away from you, because if you do that, the people on the simulcast cannot hear at all what's going on. And we actually open and close the microphones. You don't have to worry about sneezing into the mic or anything like that. We'll take care of that AV. But we would just greatly appreciate, and especially I know those folks that are tuning in to the simulcast would appreciate if you use your microphones. You don't have to lean into them, but as long as it's just pointing towards you, that would be great. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate the efforts to make sure everyone can see and hear the proceedings. So first item on the agenda is board work, a review of the agenda.
I would make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
Second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Ms. Critchfield?
I would also move to approve the minutes from the December 19 to 2018 regular board meeting and the January 18, 2019 special board meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Westerberg. Any discussion? All those in favor of approval of the minutes as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Ms. Critchfield?
I would move to set February 12th to the 13th, 2020 as the date and Boise State University as the location for the February 2020 regularly scheduled board meeting.
Second the motion.
Seconded by Dr. Hill. Is there any discussion?
It's just hard to imagine we're already to that point.
2020. Seeing none, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll now move to Planning, Policy, and Governmental Affairs. Mr. Saltman is unable to be with us due to a flood at his house. And he will, Mr. Westerberg will ably take the reins for PPGA.
Madam President, I'm a poor replacement indeed, and I hate to see Don screw up his perfect attendance record with something like
He
a
was
flood in his home.
He was very saddened himself.
At any rate, the first item on the agenda, of course, is the Boise State University Annual Progress Report. Mr. President, the time is yours.
Thank you, Board Member Westerberg. Madam President, members of the board, welcome back to Boise State University. We're happy to see you here. Although this is a year of transition at Boise State University, we continue to move things forward thanks to the strength of our faculty and staff who continue to embrace constant change and improvement at Boise State University. They recognize that that's important to be a thriving metropolitan research university. Over the last 6 months, we've undergone a thorough self-study as part of our accreditation process, and the product of that work is a 300-page report that I'm pleased to take you through this afternoon. Okay, I'm kidding.
Thank you so very much.
I'm kidding, but I would like to highlight a few things from that report, some of the more significant features of the self-study, which we can categorize by these 4 core themes on this first slide here. We evaluate each of those 4 core themes on 4 objectives. Are we providing broad and affordable access? Are we staying relevant and nimble as demands change? Are we focusing on quality and rigor in the preparation of our students? And are we cultivating a campus and community culture that supports, includes, and empowers everyone? So for the remainder of the presentation, I'd just like to highlight a few examples of our success in meeting each of those 4 objectives and some of the challenges, and we'll start with access. For students, for students who are not able to come to Boise to attend Boise State University, we now offer 40 degrees and certificates that can be accessed fully online. Idaho residents from every district in the state are among the 3,000 students that are enrolled in these programs, with the majority of those students being adult learners. Of course, returning to college is a major commitment as an adult, and so to help them overcome some of the barriers, we launched our Passport to Education program last fall in partnership with CapEd Credit Union. This program provides access to an online college degree for members of CapEd at a reduced cost through a monthly subscription fee, which can save them literally thousands of dollars over the cost of a traditional degree, not to mention that they can stay at home rather than pick up and move to Boise. As part of that package, we help them build a custom degree plan that meets their goals and objectives, and then we provide workshops that help them put together portfolios that can earn them credit for prior learning, including workforce learning. And while our fully online programs are popular with adult learners, a larger and larger number of our traditional students, on-campus students, also take online courses as a way to stay on track and on budget. Last year, nearly 14,000 students enrolled in one of our online courses, and more than half of all of our students take at least one online course during a year period. Now, Boise State has long believed in expanding access to college through concurrent enrollment, and today the majority of our 5,000 concurrent enrollment students are taking 1 to 2 courses per semester, taught by qualified teachers in the high schools, but overseen by faculty in our academic departments, who design the curricula and assess the outcomes to ensure academic rigor. Now, key to the question of access is, of course, affordability. And in this comparison you see here of tuition and fees, the facilities fee is highlighted in red. Now that fee is significantly larger, as you can see, at Boise State because of the growth spurt we experienced in and around the Great Recession, when the state really couldn't afford to expand the campus. So facing the pressure of an expanding student body and growing demands for more graduate programming over the last decade, we turned to private and corporate fundraising. We also turned to our students, who agreed to help cover the cost of expansion through a series of increases in the facilities fee, which we used to bond construction. But in order to keep the overall costs down, those fee increases did come at the expense of tuition increases. These are highlighted in blue, the tuition. It's the tuition that goes to instruction, financial aid, and other support systems that actually help the students move toward degree completion. So that crunch in tuition compounded the gap in state funding, which grew at the same time because of the recession, which kept the state from funding our enrollment workload adjustment for several years. And so these financial pressures forced Boise State to become extremely frugal. That's contrary to what many would believe when they simply walk around campus and see all the buildings going up that we've put up to deal with the growth. But the fact is that very few universities in the country can compete with Boise State in our efficiency in the use of state funds and student funds. And whether you measure that in terms of credit hours generated, students enrolled, or graduates produced, we are an efficient university. But the most unfortunate consequence of the financial pressure that was produced by unfunded growth is that in order for us to maintain quality in the classroom, we really became very severely limited in the ability to provide institutional aid in the form of scholarships for our students. And so we started a scholarship campaign that raised over $50 million, and we worked hard to help donors understand the importance of need-based aid rather than focusing only on academic merit. Because the reality is that a B average student, can readily transform into an A student with just a little bit of financial support. Through these scholarship dollars and other methods, we managed to reduce the percent of students graduating from Boise State with debt by 17 percentage points. You can see that in the top slide here over the last few years. So we're much closer now to the national average, as illustrated there. Now, of course, we're not going to be doing our students or the state any service if we don't focus on quality as well as access. And a strong emphasis of our efforts to increase the quality of the undergraduate experience has been a continued evaluation and improvement of our general education core courses. And in this regard, we've made a series of improvements, starting with our University Foundations courses. We expanded summer training for all faculty who are teaching UF 100, which is our freshman seminar course, and it's required of all our incoming majors. And while that course had breakout sessions that were fairly small for discussion, we also chose to reduce the size of our plenary lectures from 200 down to 100 so that we could promote interaction and engagement. And then last summer we provided stipends for faculty to review, discuss, and develop new and improved GEM courses in the disciplines. So these are the gen ed courses in their disciplines. And the goal here was to really improve the coordination and the relevance and consistency of those courses. Our faculty are also engaged in a number of projects to reform pedagogy in the disciplinary curricula. So, for example, we earned grants from the National Science Foundation to explore and expand evidence-based teaching practices, work that's led to a series of modifications to our classrooms, including lecture halls, to enable active learning. That work started with a focus on the STEM disciplines through the NSF, but was expanded this year to the humanities and social sciences through another grant. Faculty are also developing open educational resources, which is a topic we discussed earlier today, working with experts in the library and in our Center for Teaching and Learning to locate or develop their own materials that are free to students and can take the place of textbooks. We see OER as a real cost saving for students, and so we focused on this in the last few years, and the number of courses that are being designed around these public materials continues to grow at Boise State. Of course, it's always nice to see a concrete evidence for the quality of a Boise State education. And in this regard, I always like to brag about my daughter because she graduated from Boise State and she's now on the faculty of a top 5 public research university. But she's just one example. And here you see over the past 5 years, students in our Honors College have received 13 Fulbright grants to teach or do research abroad, as well as multiple Goldwater and Boren Awards, and even a Marshall Scholarship, which is one of the most prestigious awards in the country for an undergraduate. And this winter, all of campus celebrated Boise State graduate Elena Galena, who was chosen to join the 2019 class of Rhodes Scholars. Elena's goal is to change the way international governing bodies respond to disaster and the conflicts that come with the reconstruction process. She'll be at Oxford next fall. We're also proud of the academic prowess of our student athletes who compiled an average GPA of 3.3 last fall. Each year, the Institute for Ethics and Diversity in Sports evaluates and exposes what is all too often a great disparity in the graduation rate between white and black student athletes. Boise State was recently highlighted by this group as an example that this gap can be overcome. Out of more than 100 bowl-bound national universities, we were joined this year by only Duke, Northwestern, and Vanderbilt as schools that had graduated more than 95% of their black athletes. Of course, neither access nor quality would matter without relevance. And for today's student, relevance goes far beyond the traditional programming. Students and their employers want to see more concretely the value of the university experience. Relevance is at the heart of our Beyond the Major initiative, designed to create experiences and opportunities for connections that augment what a student is learning in the discipline, with skills that are sought by employers and that will help students succeed in their first job and beyond. Most career centers are last-minute stops by graduating seniors who are just beginning to panic about what's next. And as part of our Beyond the Major initiative, career advisors are now integrated into our freshman orientation, working with students to help them map their career goals as they think about what major they want to start with. Our mantra in that program is make college count. For example, service learning courses are now available in every major through partnerships with over 100 agencies around the Treasure Valley. These are organizations and nonprofits giving students a chance to apply their learning through this proven method of boosting success beyond college. And close to half of our graduates now have some sort of a service learning experience. WorkU is designed to provide the same type of work experiences embedded in pre-professional degrees like engineering and health sciences into the humanities, the arts, and the sciences. With WorkU, students are paired with organizations relevant to their goals, including government entities like the City of Boise, Valley Regional Transit, and the Boise Convention and Visitors Bureau, nonprofits like Make-A-Wish Foundation, and private businesses such as Simplot, Idaho Power, Blue Cross, and many more. Dean Finstuen from our Honors College likes to say, "You don't live your life in a major," which is really a challenge to the very nature of how universities are traditionally structured. So at Boise State, we're shaking up that structure. For example, Dean Cook has eliminated department boundaries in the School of Public Service, acknowledging that faculty in urban studies, global studies, political science, and public policy need to work more closely together in order to best prepare students for public service across those disciplines. The School of Arts was launched last year to encourage the same kind of transdisciplinary thinking and cooperation among the visual and performing arts in order to best prepare our students to be working artists, leaders in the arts community, and creative professionals in whatever career path they choose. Our triple discipline major enables students to build customized degrees by choosing 3 minors that can be integrated to provide them with the knowledge, skills, and experiences that are unique to their interests, and when they enter the job market, unique among the pool of job candidates. Our commitment to relevance has also driven our expansion as a doctoral research university, and this chart just shows you how quickly and consistently we've grown our research expenditures in recent years, and you can see 2 slope changes here. One in 2000 when we started adding doctoral programs, and then another jump in 2010 when we really proceeded to more than double our doctoral programs. Those 2 things are directly correlated. And through applied research in our Office of Tech Transfer, researchers and their students at Boise State, for example, have characterized the mechanical performance of a hip implant for dogs, worked with Simplot Corporation to develop data analytics for agronomic decision-making based on historic farm and crop yields, and helped Idaho Hydrotech to develop a miniaturized and integrated air scrubber with a wireless sensor network to monitor and control the storage environment for potatoes. We encourage applied research and promote tech transfer as best we can. And the final core objective through which we filter our goals on campus is campus culture. We strive to welcome all people and ideas in order to create a true sense of belonging and inclusiveness across the campus. Our student success initiatives are as diverse as the students they serve. TRIO, Upward Bound, College Assistance to Migrants, our McNair Scholarship Program, all serve to boost and support Idaho's large Hispanic or Latinx population. More than 1/3 of our students are the first in their families to go to college, and that comes with a host of challenges. So our First Forward Success program supports those students from the start of their college career. And we continue to expand our living learning communities, where energized faculty live on campus with first-year students and become their mentors, advisors, confidants throughout their college career. And Boise State recently joined a cluster of 10 universities in APLU's Powered by the Publics program, with the charge of increasing college access, equity, and degree completion. Now, for those of you who were involved in our presidential search last year, you know that diversity and inclusion will be a continuing challenge for the next president. And so this year we're taking several steps to build the groundwork for improvement in understanding. Key among those is our Builds Forum, which invites the campus as individuals and as a community to consider our perspectives on diversity and inclusion in order to promote the continued development of a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive Boise State University. Individuals who complete a series of retreats and activities that are scheduled throughout the year receive a certificate that acknowledges their participation in this program. Now, all of this work is done within the context of achieving the state's goal to increase the number of Idahoans with a post-secondary credential. And as the APLU recognized last year at their national meeting, Boise State's retention and graduation rates have seen remarkable improvement in recent years, which is really the best way to keep costs down for students, while helping achieve Idaho's 60% goal at the same time. So thanks to several years of focus on student success, Boise State now exceeds both the national average first-year retention rate and the 6-year graduation rate of our peer institutions. However, a major challenge remains for Boise State, and that is to reduce the gap in retention and graduation rate for Pell-eligible students. This often comes down to finances, but it's more than that. Our work with APLU's Powered by the Publics program, which I mentioned, is focused on understanding the confluence of factors that are faced by first-generation and Pell-eligible students beyond the obvious financial constraints. For example, these students typically work and or have dependents, which takes time away from their schoolwork. They commute to campus and are therefore less likely to be engaged in activities on campus outside the classroom or otherwise interacting with faculty outside of class. Many of those students are first generation. They don't benefit from family guidance in navigating a college degree. So we recently hired a full-time student success coordinator who focuses solely on underrepresented and first-generation students. And we convened a task force this fall to provide recommendations on how to boost the success of Boise State's approximately 900 first-time in college commuter students. The committee offered 4 recommendations that are summarized here. The first one's about creating new ways to help these students feel they belong at university and training faculty and staff to recognize when it's time to reach out to students that are struggling. In response to the second recommendation, we personally contacted students in December who hadn't yet re-enrolled for spring. And those efforts resulted in 177 students deciding to continue their education at Boise State. Over the coming year, we'll be developing new opportunities for commuter students to connect with faculty and staff outside the classroom. And finally, we're currently reviewing our policies and practices, starting with how, when, and why we put financial holds on students, and if we can't reduce that and reach out and help them. In conclusion, Madam President, members of the board, the health of Boise State University remains sound, and we look forward to building on our momentum under the leadership of our next president. I would stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Dr. Schiff? We appreciate your service, the fine way that you are the president this year. Thank you very much for all your efforts, and this is a great report.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam President, that takes us to our work session. Our work session today, staff will provide an updated analysis of Idaho workforce, education, and attainment needs. The purpose for us as board members is to engage in a discussion about production targets, how they are to be set, and should they be institutionally specific for the action we're going to take in the April board meeting. Obviously, the importance of this, it's a work session. We all need to engage in that discussion. And you will note at the table our staff members, Tracy Bent, Kathleen McHugh, and Kate Collins, who I think probably needs more introduction.
So Kate Collins has been with us for Madam President,
Just-
so not to scooch it away, I might scooch it closer. Madam President, members of the board, Kate Collins has been with us for about 3 months. Prior to that, she has been with CWI and CSI. She is a graduate of Jerome High School and of Boise State, and we are so very thrilled to have her on our team.
Welcome aboard.
And I might add for the record, she would add it to the dais to make sure that the number of slides are less than they normally are.
No pressure there.
So, Madam President, in response to that, I would say that we cheated and didn't do slides and instead have enough data that would take 171 pages if we printed it out. So today's work session is a follow-on of the discussion that we had in December regarding production goals. And one of the takeaways from that work session was homework for board staff to reevaluate what our workforce needs are. Because in recognition of the data that we used for setting that original 60% goal was based on projections for 2018, which we are now past. And additionally, with the recession and the recovery from that recession, things ended up not quite as projected, which often happens with projections. So what staff have done for the starting point is really looking at 3 different options for methodology. So we'll need to kind of walk away from this session with feedback on which methodology the board would like to use for determining those workforce need projections. And then we will also be discussing setting those production targets for not only the state, but based on credential level and then institutional targets. So what we'll start with is Kate will walk us through the information that was provided in your packets. And I would say that there will not be a test. There's not an expectation that you would have all been able to even read it in the amount of time that you had it. So we'll go through the different methodologies used, and I'd encourage you to ask questions and give us direction as we move through.
All right, Madam President, members of the board, I'm just going to go through how I began. This first chart here is looking at what is needed based upon Idaho Department of Labor needs, and then compared to what our population is at, which is the second bar, and then what the Department of Labor projects for 2026. So what you can see in the first bar is that there's a 2.8% is the some college no degree need, and then it moves up to post-secondary non-degree award. Associate's degree is this 2.3%, bachelor's degree is 19.8%, and then master's is around 2, and doctor is around 2. And then if you look at the population estimates, this is where what we look like as a state between the ages of 25 to 64. We're not at 60, but again, it looks like in general, we're meeting at least the typical entry-level requirements of workforce need. And then the projections for 2026 are a slight uptick in bachelor's degree and post-secondary non-degree, which is what you would think of for your certificates.
So I would add, part of what we tried to look at here was not only the entry level needed for a position, but what individuals that are holding those positions, the degree level that they have. As unemployment fluctuates, it often impacts the level of educational attainment that is actually being hired into those positions, as opposed to the typical education needed for entry level would be that lowest level of education projected for the positions.
So just to make sure I'm interpreting this graph correctly, if I look at the first bar, and I can't see the numbers clearly enough to do it in my head, but it says for our current economy, the minimum entry-level education is at high school or below for over 60% of the jobs.
Yes, you would be correct.
I'll just leave that there.
And if I may?
Yes, Mr. Scoggin.
Thank you. And follow up on Dr. Hill's statement. So based on the left and right bars, which are telling us where we are, we're going to be in terms of need, and then the center bar saying where we are in terms of actual attainment, this is suggesting that we're significantly ahead of the current needs in terms of education in the state. Am I reading that right?
Madam President, members of the board, that is what it looks like at first glance.
Okay. That was my first glance, yeah.
Yes.
So what about second glance?
So, and this is what Tracy was also explaining as well, is the typical education needed for entry is what you would need to enter into that position, according to the Department of Labor surveys. The population estimate is representative of people who have been in their career and their educational attainment as of right now. So they're not in that entry-level position.
So what we find then in a highly competitive market is that individuals need to have a higher level of educational attainment, or when the workforce is desperate for employees, they tend to have a lower level of educational attainment, because that's the bucket that is available for them to choose from. As we go through the analysis, we also look at specific levels, and there'll be some, I think we find some very interesting data in how we're meeting the needs in different areas. So this looks just as the state if you threw everyone into one bucket.
And if I might, thank you.
Yes,
the follow-up to your explanation makes me wonder if the title of this chart might better say entry-level education needs versus education needs, because what I heard from you is that's what it takes to start into the field. It's not what it takes to progress in the field and be able to meet the needs going forward. So this chart is looking just at a snapshot of what it takes to get started in the current jobs.
Yeah, I apologize, that does need to say typical entry level. It says it down at the bottom, but I missed it for the title.
Great, thank you.
Ready to move on? So this is a snapshot of the entire state. If you were to look at every single job, that includes McDonald's, that includes retail, that includes sales, that includes your doctors. So what we wanted to do was kind of break it apart a little bit more into STEM and non-STEM occupations, and then what the population looks like in those particular occupational groupings. So again, this first bar is the Idaho occupations and the different breakups of different types of STEM and non-STEM occupations, and then the population that is in those occupations. So unsurprisingly, the vast majority of our jobs are in a non-STEM designation, but then we also have 6% is in this STEM narrow, which includes your engineers, your physicists, more of your sciences, and then 5% in the medical industry that isn't always categorized as STEM everywhere, but you have your registered nurses and medical assistants there, and then the remainder of other STEM is 1%. And they're fairly well aligned in their makeup there. And then this is just the a similar snapshot of the previous graph of educational attainment and need. But it's broken out into each of those individual occupation groups. So this is just a look at the narrow STEM, which represented 5% of our Idaho occupations. And this is the typical entry level needed makeup, and then this is those individuals in our population in that STEM grouping. So you can see here the need is actually greater than what the population has within the STEM narrow designation.
So one of the reasons that we broke out the STEM occupations is that the state, for a number of years now, has had a focus in trying to increase our workforce in STEM areas to meet the need that industry has expressed for us. Part of the reason for the different types of STEM is that the last time the board acted on a definition of what STEM was, many of you were not even on the board at that time, and at that time it was the more narrow definition of STEM. So one of the things that we might want to discuss today is do we want to look at STEM as we have here? Do we want to start category grouping STEM in a different way than we have in the past? So in the strategic plan, when we look at degrees produced in STEM fields, that is actually the more narrow definition of STEM. The challenge is some groups would like to make STEAM or streams or everything to be STEM, and if you make it too broad, then it's very hard to actually distinguish and focus initiatives in any one specific area. So in this case, I think there is general consensus nationally that it is important to recognize the STEM health fields, and when you tie that to the need that Idaho has in health fields, it seemed like an important area to look at as well as we were looking at STEM occupations.
There's been a great deal of discussion lately about certificate programs, and this data on both of these charts would lead us to understand that there is no opportunity in these fields for individuals with either no formal education or post-secondary non-degree award, which I believe you defined as certificates. Am I reading it right?
Madam President, yes, and there is also the some college no degree, which could also include some certificates as well. There's just not that delineation either in the jobs data or the population estimates at this time.
Dr. Hill?
Madam President, so Tracy, is it your desire that we discuss that question you posed at this point or wait to the end?
Would be my desire to wait until we get a little further through what the information provides. I would note that one of the things that this shows us, or one of the assumptions we can make from this, is that we do have, because we have people employed in the STEM fields holding lower level credentials than normally you see in the entry or the typical credentials that they hold in STEM fields, is that we are not producing enough individuals at the credential levels, so employers are hiring people at lower levels to fill their needs.
So then the next breakout would be the STEM medical. And it follows a similar trend as the STEM narrow, where the needs are a little bit higher in the bachelor's degree area than we have currently in the population. There is this 17% post-secondary non-degree award, and I think once you drill into that, it's the CNAs and the medical workers that need certificates there. So there's opportunity there for certificates. The next one is STEM Other, and this one is a really small portion of our entire occupations, but it has the biggest gap in educational attainment of the three occupations. And then if you look at the remaining, this looks more like the general population, where we have less needed an entry-level requirement filled by people with higher levels, but again, you're looking at individuals who are further up than entry level in their career.
Did you just, thank you, did you describe STEM narrow for us? I think you might have, I just didn't hear it. What does that encompass?
So that is the designation by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and it's generally your hard scientists, engineers, physicists, chemists, but not including medical doctors. The reason this
And not
document
including other, which is a broader
the
category.
remainder.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, so there is a listing in the appendix, which is why this is 200 pages long, of every single occupation included within those
Awesome.
groups.
Kathleen?
Madam President, members of the board, I would note that economists are in the STEM other category.
I would add with psychologists.
Madam President.
Yes, sorry, Ms. Ashley.
So in the non-STEM definition, is that everything but STEM, essentially? All occupations other than STEM occupations?
Correct.
Thank you.
So the first slide threw everyone together. Then we looked at just the STEM, and this is what's left after you take out the STEM.
The next section is just looking at the Idaho population in general without any of the workforce needs. And these were the two, our first age banding was the 25 to 35-year-olds. And then we had a want or a need to look at 35 to 64-year-olds, so I broke those apart. There's not an awful lot of difference between the two, but you can see a little bit, as you would expect, that the older population has slightly more master's and doctorate degrees. And then the next one is the two together.
So we included this information because part of that conversation in December was looking at the age band. So when we were looking at just a population goal, we looked at a narrower age band and kind of a snapshot where we had, 40%. Certainly the idea wasn't that they didn't have anything, and then 60% would have the credential of a certificate of a year or more or higher. So one of the questions that was asked was, should we, in reframing the work that we're doing, look at a broader age group band? And when you were looking at production goals, we do not look at production as in degree attainment of those coming out of our institution, usually by age group. So it does make more sense to look at the broader age group, and when we compare that to need, it doesn't actually shift the need. So the recommendation would be to as we look at this going forward, to look at the larger age band.
Then some of these charts are just different versions of the same thing, so I won't bore you. These are, instead of a stack bar chart, you're looking at volumes. And then this is the makeup of those occupations and their educational needs. So it's just within one chart, the individual charts that you saw before. Oh, sorry, these are the Idaho residents within those jobs and their educational attainments, sorry, not the educational need.
Ms. Critchfield.
My question isn't about the specific graph that you're showing now, but just a general question about all of the information. What I am hearing, Tracy, from you and what we're showing is that if we broaden the metrics that we used in determining our goals, are you saying that we will show that we're further along than what we show currently? Is that the bottom line here?
Madam President, members of the board, no, what the population makeup shows us is that it doesn't make as much of a difference as initially it was projected that it would. So it makes sense to expand that how we talk about our educational workforce need to include the broader population. Originally, when we looked at those 25 to 34-year-olds, the thought behind it was along the lines of where we were, where individuals were in the pipeline, and of those coming out of our institutions that were moving into the workforce, kind of what that population looked like so we could be more focused. But as we're looking at production targets or credential, what our institutions are doing, that we have more of a direct impact on, it doesn't make a lot of sense to limit it to a certain age band when the workforce need across that age band is relevant to the people coming out of our institutions. For instance, when you have people with graduate degrees, which some of our occupations need, a lot of those are not within that 25 to 34-year-old. So if we're only looking at 25 to 34-year-olds, we're missing them.
So if I could, let me just restate what I think you're saying. So broadening the age bands doesn't impact the number of people attaining some type of post-secondary certificate degree or whatever. It just signifies that as a board, we recognize that aside from this little sliver of people here are what's required to satisfy the workforce, and that we should be focusing more broadly on how we help people access what we have, rather than just that narrow group.
Yes.
Okay.
And also, our efforts for adult learners cross those age bands and other initiatives that the institutions have. Is it important to reiterate the fact that regardless of what age bands we're covering, it's important to remember that this is not a production goal. It's still going to be a population goal with factors that we don't control, i.e. people moving in, moving out, so forth. Is that a true statement?
Maybe. So part of what we talked about in December, so that'll be part of this discussion, is so we're re-looking at the population goal in the sense of looking at what the workforce need is for the population. But the end target, when we get to hopefully the end of the discussion, is to actually look at setting goals for the institutions based on credential level for meeting that. So in a sense, we still need to look at that population goal to identify what the need is. But the purpose behind that isn't necessarily to set a new population goal, but to make sure that we're using an accurate need analysis for determining the percentage we want to see coming out of our public institutions.
So let me see if I can say it another way that makes, so even though we have a population goal, not even though, we have a population goal, but to attain that, or try to attain that, we will ultimately set production goals for the institutions to move us closer to the 60%.
Yes, I think though we will find that 60% is not the right number anymore.
Right. Mr. Westerberg?
Madam President, I understand that we're moving to another group that we're looking at in terms of total population opposed to a narrow age band. But remember, the reason we had the narrow age band from the very beginning was we thought our ability to influence that was much greater than our ability to influence those people that are older. Now, I recognize that there are some people that are still coming back to get educational opportunities after the age 36, but that number is not great. And our ability to affect that number is not great. So, I'm just reminding you that what we're really talking about is what influence do we have on increasing the total population, the education of that total population, and that's the reason we were fixated on the lower number.
Mr. Freeman?
Madam President and board members, and to springboard off of Mr. Westerberg's comments, I think that as part of this conversation today, we should seriously consider whether or not we want to continue with a population-based goal. For that very purpose, is there's only so much we can influence with respect to in-migration and out-migration. But that being said, I think what Tracy was trying to explain is we still need to keep into consideration what the employment and needs are, what the needs of employers are. That's important context, but for purposes of what this board and its institutions can do, it really needs to focus on degree attainment.
And given that this is a work session, so it could go anywhere that you all would like it to go. I mean, is that something that at this point we want to stop and talk about? You know, the pros and cons of maintaining a population goal as well as that degree attainment goal that Matt talked about, or do we want to kind of move forward and see where we end after we've made sure we've answered all of your questions about the data?
I think we just go ahead with the data and then come back and perhaps discuss the questions. We'll make note of the questions as we go through and then come back so that we have a sensible flow of the information. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. So then the next bit of information we put together was how does Idaho compare to the rest of the U.S. within the occupational groupings?
Madam President, members of the board, in this, what we did is we took the Idaho economy and we basically imposed it on the U.S. and looked at the educational attainment of those who have the same sort of jobs in the Idaho economy. So as to compare basically apples to apples, the workforce in Idaho versus the population in Idaho versus the population in the U.S. that have similar jobs.
Say that again. Sorry.
Board Member Hill, so what we did is we looked at the job composition in Idaho, and then we got that from the Idaho census, and then we applied it to the national census, and we said suppose that the US economy reflected the Idaho economy in terms of jobs. What is the educational attainment of those who would hold those jobs in the US versus Idaho? So in the STEM narrow field, the composition of workers in Idaho could be different even in this subfield than it is in the United States as a whole, and we wanted to hold that constant. So there are people with similar jobs.
And would you say there's no significant difference? I mean, I see 5% in one box, but overall it appears to be quite consistent.
Yes, we have more associate degrees and some college no degree than nationally.
Madam President,
Yes, Ms. Sedgley?
it seems to me that focusing just on STEM is, STEM narrow was how much of the general population? 5%, 4, 6, somewhere in there? And we're talking about 10% of 6%, which is 0.6% of the Idaho population. That seems to be fixated on a very small portion of the population, and we're slicing and dicing pretty narrowly. I just wonder if we can't look at this a little more, with a little more broad base to the data.
So we look at the population. We looked at the population as a whole, and then we broke out STEM and non-STEM because of the focus at the state level of policymakers to try and help grow our STEM workforce. So we can move quicker through these slides to get, or not slides, through these graphs, but we will get there. The intent was not to just focus on STEM, but we provided the same information for the STEM fields as we did for the non-STEM fields, but we did go very granular in the information, not knowing, so if it's the interest of the board to move more quickly to the broader areas, we certainly can do that.
All right, quicker. Okay, so same thing, just different breakouts of STEM, non-STEM. Again, the same thing with Idaho occupations. So instead of looking at the population estimate, you're looking at the employment mix need, and these are regional now instead of just statewide. So this is the northern region, STEM, narrow, medical, other, and non-STEM. Then the north central region, and their makeups are just slightly different variations of the rest of the state. And then, all right.
So while she's moving through the regions, part of the reason we broke out the regional information was to be able, when we look at the production, when we talk about the production goals, is that if we look at the community colleges, they have a more regional mission, where the four-year institutions have a statewide mission. So as we get into that conversation, if we need to go back to look at a particular region, we have that information available.
And now we're to the projections for occupations. And this data set, I used the Idaho Department of Labor's 2016-2026 projections. And over here on the left is the base of 2026, and then there's 3 different model scenarios based upon the Idaho Department of Labor's projection of 2026. So the first one is just things pretty much remaining the same, going linear. Then we looked at, well, what if our STEM narrow jobs increased by 20%? And then, hey, what if we looked like Oregon's economy? What would we look like in 2026?
So part of the reason that we picked Oregon as a aspiration, if you will, or to look at, is that it has a similar breakout between agricultural jobs and non-agricultural jobs, while it still also has a higher level of, again, based on the work that we've been doing in the STEM areas, higher level of STEM jobs. So this is one of the areas that we'd like to engage in a discussion as far as what kind of methodology is the board interested in. That linear methodology for projecting need. Do we want to focus on a specific area and a percentage increase we would like to see in that area? Or do we want to pick a state that has an economy that we'd like to grow towards, if you will? So that is why you see the three different models.
Dr. Hill?
Well, I was going to ask whether we have this discussion at the end or...
I think this would be a good place for this discussion because it'll impact what we focus on as we move forward.
Okay, so my opinion here is that the model we should use, and you would have to tell me which best reflects this, is one that anticipates where policymakers are trying to drive the economy, not business as usual. Otherwise, in other words, trying to anticipate the feedback of policy in it, because in that way we are using projections that support policy, and I know that requires us to anticipate future policy, but it's a reasonable anticipation that they will be trying to drive the high-tech economy in the state as a whole. I'm not sure which one, but they don't look that different, frankly, from here.
So based on state-level actions, the creation of the STEM Action Center, and other state initiatives, I think it's reasonable to say that the interest is to increase our high-tech or our STEM jobs or workforce within the state. So then you can look at it two ways, either just a flat percentage. In this case, the example is a 20% increase in our narrowly defined STEM occupations. And if we want to, and we could include, I mean, one of the discussion points is, do we include healthcare in that, or do we want to look at them separately? Or we can look at a state with a strong STEM workforce, which Oregon has a strong STEM workforce and still has an agricultural component, and is a state that has a very rural area and a highly populated area. So that is similar, though their populated area is much larger than Idaho's highly populated areas combined. So that's, would you like a percentage increase, or would you like a state comparison?
When I think about the conversations that are taking place at the Workforce Council, they're not just about STEM jobs. They're about construction and truck driving, and I mean, they're much broader than this definition we have, these definitions we have before us in terms of just STEM. So I'm a little bit uncertain about us using data which just focuses on one segment when we have needs across so many.
So, Madam President, that may suggest using the Oregon model, which is not inflating a demand arbitrarily for a particular discipline, but identifying a similar economy with a different ratio of technical to agricultural jobs.
With an agrarian base,
Yeah.
which is very important here. Mr. Scalden.
Thank you. I'm wondering if there's a fourth way, and I don't know, if there's somebody in state government or other ways setting a model for the state that we could then say, so Department of Commerce or somebody, because I'm not sure that the Idaho Department of Labor projection is a aspirational one, to Dr. Hill's point. It's more of a, here's where we, expect trends to, go, rather than where would we want to land? And that's because we may not want to land where Oregon lands, I don't know. So is there anybody out there that you're aware of that's doing that work within the state?
So we had previously, and there's been a lot of change recently with many of the state agencies, the Department of Commerce being one, had worked with them to try and identify what that aspiration was for the state, and we certainly will continue to do that moving forward as well. At that time, and we didn't have time with all of the changes in directors with the transition with a new governor to do that before this meeting, but they were focusing on a more, there was a focus on the high-tech jobs and bringing those industries in, but they also focused on they had a word for it, but there are venture jobs. So bringing in more tourism and highlighting the wilderness nature of the state in that area. So they're just, because they're in a transition period, it's hard for us to provide that at this time, but we certainly can moving forward.
So Tracy, if we're going to ultimately establish production goals that are representative of, I assume, representative of the degrees, certificates, and opportunities that are offered by our institutions, it seems to me that we'd have to have a much broader vision because our institutions are offering degrees across that whole spectrum we're talking about. Agriculture, forests, business.
Madam President, is that what the green bar is?
I'm not sure.
Yes, that's the green.
That's by far the biggest
Yeah.
piece of this puzzle is the non-STEM.
And the other part of it that makes me a little bit uncomfortable is I think I would rather have a broader STEM definition as opposed to the very narrow ones that when we talk about goals. Yes, we have huge needs in medicine. Yes, we have huge needs, but it seems to me that refining it down to such a narrow thing doesn't serve us as well.
So, Madam President, I think to Board Member Scoggins' point, which is a good one, absent an integrated view across agencies, it seems to me that using Oregon as a proxy in the intermediate case, because it doesn't artificially inface this or that, it just says here's an economy that looks sort of where we think we're going. But as long as we remember it's a proxy before we have better data across government.
Mr. Westerberg.
Maybe this underlines my ignorance in this area, but are we headed towards a world where we're going to be very granular in our production goals? In other words, we're going to say, yeah, we need X number of baccalaureate degrees, and oh, by the way, we want 1,000 in engineers and 200 something else's? Or is our production goal going to simply speak to certificates, degrees, and advanced degrees?
Comments about that, on that question? I think that's part of what we're trying to decide.
Yeah.
How granular we want to
I guess my concern
be.
with that is I don't know how much control we have for that.
Right.
And
Well,
to that extent, I don't know how much control the institutions have.
Yeah. So two components to the answer there. The first part of it is I don't know at this point until we think our way through this and decide whether that's what we actually want collectively, whether that's the best thing to do. But secondly, it's my understanding that almost every version of outcomes-based funding that has been proposed contain premiums for high-demand jobs, which are so it sort of fits with this. If we're offering a premium, aren't we going in that direction anyway?
And that is, my recollection is those were broader definitions. STEM, I can't recall exactly, but were those not a little bit?
It included
Madam President,
agriculture and
Yeah.
other.
The STEM definition was really broad.
Yeah.
the SIT codes were so broad that never mind.
Well, I mean, so, sorry, Madam President, I'm getting engaged here, but what felt like 3 hours ago, I asked the question, do you want us to discuss what constitutes STEM at this point or later? For example, I don't believe tracking STEM other separately is useful. It's too small a population.
But going back to the earlier point about do we choose this proxy state, that to me sounds like a decision that requires some stakeholder input beyond just the 8 of us. Governor's office, others who are, Department of Commerce, whoever it might be, to say, we're about to redefine how we're looking at this for the entire state, and we're just going to pick a proxy state, and we think this one sounds like it makes sense for the following, decent reasons, and so we've just done it. And I'm not sure that that's a solitary pursuit.
Kathleen?
Madam
Matt
President.
wants you to speak.
Madam President, members of the board, I always speak when Matt wants me to speak. We did work with the Department of Labor because they do project they have the labor projections, and that's what they do. And so we went and we asked them, if you look across the three different bars, they're all the same number of jobs in 2026. So we did build off their projections. We just changed the composition in terms of, as we said, in terms of the STEM narrow jobs, and then if we could model a different economy. We did choose Oregon because Idaho, I did not know this before we dug into this project, Idaho actually has the second highest number of agricultural jobs per 1,000 jobs in the nation. California is the highest, and then it's hard to find other similar states with that high level of agricultural jobs as Idaho has. And Oregon was close to it, and that was the main reason we chose Oregon.
Understood. And my comment was, and there's lots of good reasons, but it's us on our own saying, oh, let's pick this state, versus saying, hey, this makes sense, let's go talk to the key stakeholders that, once we publicize this for the whole state, and, we ought to make sure that those who are driving their agendas are in agreement with whatever this final decision is that we're making.
Madam President, Board Member Scoggin, the nice thing about doing this model in-house is we are very flexible. You could give us another state and we could completely very quickly and easily redo the analysis. So we could, that would be we're very nimble in terms of that.
Mr. Freeman.
Madam President and Mr. Scoggin, not disputing your point, but just so you're aware, Kathleen and Kate did sit down with the Department of Labor and reviewed this methodology with them, and they were comfortable with it. And then, so that's the bar on the far left, the base, and then the other 3 models are extrapolated based on that original methodology that again is from the Department of Labor. Now, would there be room to discuss this, as you said, with other stakeholders? Certainly.
So did the Department of Labor then say we like Oregon as the proxy better than we like our own number? Is that what their conclusion was?
I'll let Kate or Kathleen speak to that.
Madam President, members of the board, no, they just said that they concurred that for the reasons that we outlined, why they understood why we chose Oregon. So they didn't think it was that it was a choice that didn't make sense, but they did not say, no, we prefer this choice rather than our own methodology.
That's what I thought.
If I might,
Yes.
a clarifying question. I have interpreted the first bar, Model 1, as what I would call a business as usual projection. Nothing changes. And if nothing changes, the policies, everything remains the same. This is where you end up. This is common in economic and other projections. And then you test policy assumptions against it. So 1 implies that we make no policy change, no educational policy change, no change. So that's a reference point. And then we're asking ourselves about our aspiration and bars 2 and 3 represent possible versions of the aspiration. I just want to be clear about that.
Exactly, and that's why it said, and is there a fourth? You just mentioned 1, 2, and 3. 4 is what our state wants to aspire to, and who's doing that work, and should we collaborate with them?
So if I could add, that's really why we're here, because it's very hard to go engage the other stakeholders without knowing the direction that you want, and that's why we started the conversation with the methodology of it's in order to get the feedback on, as we go out and talk to the Department of Commerce and others, Workforce Development Council, and everyone else around the state that's involved, what direction do we have from the board, knowing that, because there's no final board action from this conversation that says this is our new goal. So.
But it feels a little bit to me like I'm a truck driver with a trailer, and I'm going to pick up a customer's load, and I need to decide where I'm going to deliver it before I ask them where they want it delivered, so that I can give them an opinion of where their load should go. And it seems like the better thing is that our job in education is to say, where does the state want to go and how do we support that, versus let's go to the state and tell them where they want to go and then see if they agree with it.
That's not a bad way to look at it. In the past, in the setting of the 60% goal, that actually started with the board setting the goal and then the other folks kind of getting on board and agreeing that that was a place we wanted to go. Also, to speak to Emma's comment a little bit, the idea is not to set, eventually when we get into the credential projection, it wasn't to say we need X amount of engineering degrees or X amount of agricultural degrees. Really the conversation was around baccalaureate, associate's, certificate.
The next slide. Makes your point.
Was really around that kind of level. We used STEM to say if we wanted more of a STEM workforce, we would need more associate's or bachelor's degrees. So certainly the intent was not to get down to that far into the weeds on the type of degrees within the different credential levels.
Which speaks to the question Mr. Westerberg asked earlier. It seems to me that, as Director Freeman just pointed out to me, this is a chicken or egg kind of conversation. And what we're really talking about here is a fairly major change in the goals that are set for our state. And I think it's just a matter of having conversations with these other entities. We're all trying to get to the same place. So I think those entities that you just mentioned are the ones that we would be collaborating with. But the state board will set the educational goal, and we certainly want to do it in concert with the efforts they're making. I don't see a disconnect. I think it's a matter of which picture is going to help us the most get where we need to be as a state. And your point's well taken, Mr. Westerberg, about the pitfall of being too granular. I think this is the level at which we continue to talk.
Well, Madam President, I think Andy has persuaded me, and I worry about that some.
I do too.
Yeah, well, thank you. I think we need to head to an aspirational goal. I just don't think we're ready right now to do that.
Yeah.
That what we do right now is have a goal that speaks to what we think the workforce needs are going to be based on projections from the Department of Labor, which then says we won't have granular goals in the short term. And when we've finished that other work with the aspirational stuff, then we may get more granular.
So what I'm hearing is, as we move into the discussion on credential production, that for now, we would like to look at the status quo and what would be needed to meet that. And in the meantime, we will engage stakeholders for identifying what that aspirational goal should be and then bring that piece back to the board.
Ms. Etchley?
Well, I just want to remind folks, not all of you were here when the 60% goal was established, but that was established based on the projections of the Idaho and the United States Department of Labor statistics, as I recall, particularly the state of Idaho. So if those seem to have changed, then it makes sense that we should relook at that goal. There's no question about that. But I don't think that we want to get too far away from the idea that they're all projections and we're all guessing about what's going to happen. And so we all want to continue to provide an educated workforce. It appears to me as if we are doing, at the moment, quite well in that regard. And if the nature of the state changes significantly, we are still flexible enough as a board to change our interpretation of the need in the future. So the chicken and egg is probably an appropriate way to look at this point.
Dr. Hill?
If I might observe something here, I am actually a big fan of trying to find production goals, and notwithstanding population goals being the ultimate goal, but production goals are something over which we presumably have a more direct influence. But they have a secondary effect which I think is important. When you argue for production goals, it's much easier to argue for the resources needed to support those production goals, whereas population goals are inherently slow changing by the simple numerics of how many you're producing, and therefore you're actually on the other side of the coin where somebody who controls the budget says, well, you're not really making a difference, why should I give you any more money? So if you have production goals, you can tie that to resources and argue, I think, more effectively for resources.
Mr. Freeman?
Madam President, and I fully concur with Dr. Hill's comments, and I wanted to circle back to Board Member Atchley. So in 2010, when the board set the 60% goal, those were based on the report from Dr. Carnevale from the Georgetown report. So it wasn't Department of Labor data per se. It was mainly based on those projections from the Georgetown report.
But those were based on national statistics, were they not? And they were specific to Idaho.
Yes.
Yes, they were.
Yes, they did have Idaho-specific data, yes.
Well, I don't know if it's any great consolation or not, but we are not the only state grappling with this. We've, through our work with CCA, we've already seen other states that have changed their 60% to 65% and are having discussions about whether it should be a band like we have, age band, or whether it should be a workforce goal. So clearly everybody's sort of in the same boat. Having said that, I think this is a good time for us to take a little break. So I have 2:25 about. We will convene back in 15 minutes. We're in recess. Are you ready to go on?
All right. Madam President, members of the board. Now we are at the projections based on the typical education needed for entry. So we have the base, and then again we have Model 1, Model 2, and Model 3 with the different percentages of the degrees that are needed for the workforce.
So we're just going to look at the base of Model 1.
Okay.
So do we have a way to catch up with you here?
So in your material, if you're following there, it would be on page 35 of attachment 1.
I thought I had it. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so we looked at, sorry, we're having some different page numbering. All right, so what I did is I looked at only the occupations requiring some post-secondary education. And this is what the base looks like, and then the employment projections for the base, based on the typical education needed for entry. So this is what we could use as a basis for setting production goals if need be.
Could I ask a real simple question? That is, the current, I understand that's today. The projected, is that to meet the needs in the span from 2016 to 2026? Or is that a target at 26? Or what is the, how do I anchor the data on the right?
Madam President, this is the Idaho Department of Labor's projections. So it's not filling the gap yet. It's a projection on what employment needs might possibly look like.
I'm sorry. We just need to pause the meeting, and I need to call a recess. And I would just ask you all, please, not to leave the room right now.